Happy weekend to all. I just realized I forgot to take my morning prescription medication. Probably do that. Hello, Trep and Yolk. I will be back in 10 seconds. Antidepressant and blood pressure medication. Those are not good to miss. Not good to miss. Aquafina, Derek. Hello. As we last left off, leg. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Hope you're all doing wonderful as well. Just got done doing some gardening work. Nothing makes you feel more like a manly man, of course, than doing some gardening work. We've been working on our backyard slowly for like 3 years now. Changing it from what it was when we first moved into something more our pace. Hey, Keith. Welcome back to Student Body. 4 months, much appreciated. What is in Van Zeek's class, and why isn't it orange? I don't know. It's probably a vampire thing. I don't know why they prefer red liquid, you know, as compared to orange. I mean, I have a guess that it would taste terrible, but you know, everyone has different tastes. Oh, when we first moved in, our backyard was this like huge like secret garden area with like huge bushes and like berries, and it was beautiful, but it was a bunch of stuff that we were never going to upkeep. So we had to turn it into something more our, you know, our speed. So it's a lot less. There's more trees. We have more trees in back now. Hey, Theo, thank you for the $2. It isn't orange because Van Zeek's has standards. I mean, it is a hallowed chalice after all. If it's a hallowed chalice, then you have to make sure only the greatest of liquids go in. I can agree with that. Oh yeah, wine's been a thing for a long time. fact that some areas you can go and look and they prefer drinking wine to water because their water was, like, bad. What is this? I just touched something and it was sticky. It's never a good thing, right? I'm gonna clean this room today. This room is awful. But, you know, wine being alcohol, it was, like, not as dangerous to drink. In terms of potentially drinking, like, parasites and shit like that. Not that you should only drink alcohol. What? Stop! 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 What did I press? I pressed one goddamn button and... Okay, let's go over what we missed. Ooh, that fresh feeling is a great feeling. It's like suddenly your head can breathe the way it wants to breathe. By getting rid of excess. The Sonic button. Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me, that leg. It's just the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? The problem is this isn't what I pressed. I pressed something on my mouse. Can I just turn off story mode in general? Unread text. The adults would have hot chocolate and the children would have beer. So I believe that? But why were the children deprived of hot chocolate? That seems mean. Yeah, it must be like a shortcut on my new mouse. One of the buttons on the side, if I bump it, it's not the first time that happened. What's that? Raycom's gonna waste his fucking blood again. You know how many people how many people give blood to Van Zieks on a daily basis for him to just, like, throw it away? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Oh, well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Ugh. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Any somebody we offer police support. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose that this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is a contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Yeah, that'll really convince the jury. Using threats to force the head off the forensics investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The research grant was the aim. Taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drever's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. That's the judge's line, not yours. Well, it seems like all the jurors except for the child are like competent in their own way. And a lot of the other juries, there was at least like half of them were just buffoons. Or like paid attention when they wanted to. This jury's like on top of it. But here's the problem. You can use context to figure out, you can say something that's not, in theory, not racist or meant to be demeaning. But if you take the overall context of what a person's saying, even if that word itself has no inherent racial meaning, then you can use a word in a way that's meant to be demeaning. Do you get what I'm saying? It'd be different if the person was just like, "Oh, you're a Nipponese person. Hello." Shake hand. But we know that's not what Van Zeeks has ever done. It's so like context is a big thing, because I mean, you're right in that the word in general is just Nippon. Barking at something. Mailman, maybe? There are to be no evil garbage men. Nipponese, you're just saying Pan, Japanese, Japanese. So, like, yeah, you just took the word itself. But, like you could do the same thing with any generally accepted, like, way of addressing a person based on their race. It just depends on the context of how you're saying it. I see. So you're a Polish person. Well, there's nothing wrong with saying somebody's Polish, but if you're saying it like that, then... Noun versus adjective. Yep, that's a good point too. Yeah. So like, I totally buy that what you're saying is true, that it wasn't really, and I think I think that's actually part of, like, Van Ziek's character. It makes sense that he would use something that could be considered polite, except that he uses it in a very impolite fashion. Because he's supposed to be a refined gentleman, right? So, like, it sort of makes sense that he would do it that way, as opposed to just, like, outright using a slur. Like, or I should say a more traditional slur, whatever that would be. Also, nothing against Polish people. I'm Polish. That's kind of why I use that example. Yeah. Yeah, you just... It depends on how you're using word. You could use it. That's the problem with when you're talking about races. You could turn any term that's considered polite or otherwise acceptable into something that's very condescending or demeaning, just based on how you're using it. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Are you directing the jury? Objection. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? I don't think I mentioned Kazuma moving before. That's funny. He did it so smooth, too. He's just like... How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asmund and Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Interesting. Because I don't know what it is yet. At least I haven't put it together. He's involved in the murder, or that event in the past somehow, but I don't know how. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Do we have to... do we have to present these in a specific order? Or do we just have to present the 2 pieces? I don't think the order matters. Okay. Alright. Put on our thinking caps. It's... kinda, it almost seems like he did that just to throw people off the scent. Like he intentionally added that clause so that people would be like, well, well, it can't be money. Charles Darwin. The Great Stink. Parliament is to finally address the foul issue. Okay, so it's this. Look at this. It's Asmund's signature on it. So is it these 2? Because this also has Asmund's signature on it?
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter-press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. Yo, what's up, Retro Games? Fan game? Wait, there are actually Ace Attorney fan games? I thought none of them were done. She is okay, so as far as we know, Retro, that her whole thing's a fantasy. Her character of the Prinzessin Ertelem, however you pronounce it, is actually based on a character from a book she read when she was younger. Now, her family might be noble, but they're not necessarily important nobility, if that makes sense, at least relative to the plot itself. I don't think that's ever explicitly stated, whether or not she comes from a noble family, but even if she does, it doesn't really, because she doesn't come from like one of the noble families, one of the top aristocracy of Mondstadt, for example. Her parents might just have not been poor. They might have been well off. But my pun, official. I honestly didn't catch that the first time, but well done. Really? I didn't think there were any fan games. Huh. I guess my initial reaction was that it'd be okay because I didn't even realize there were fan games. But if there are fan games, I probably will play them then at some point. See, that's how you follow up. Well done, Mute. Oh, so I see. So it's okay. So instead of it being full-blown games, people just make their own cases that you could pull from like a game, and it's like this is the game itself. If 2-4 by itself, it was just by itself. That was the game. Well, I mean, yeah, I'd for sure play any that you all would recommend as being worth my time, or alternatively, ones that you would never recommend to anybody, because I want to play the awful games, because that sounds super fun, to be completely honest. Yeah, I have no interest in playing unfinished fan games. None. For me personally, I don't want to even hear about, like, if I'm personally looking for fan games, I don't even want to know about the ones that are the ones that are unfinished. Just give me the stuff that's finished, because that's what I'd likely play. We'll do Destinies will be next. Problem is, I don't know how long this is gonna take. This game is taking a while. Which isn't super unexpected because it's supposed to be very long. But I guess it's hard for me to plan on when we'll actually be done. Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence with which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. You know, I actually, a lot of times I'm like, man, criminals are fucking stupid for like overlooking something. This is like a legit, like something that would be very easy for most of the population to overlook. The whole, they have like the signature thing. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed, as per usual. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. What exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? This very fine signature.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. Oh, here we go. God, I just love thinking of the judge doing that in these situations. What? It's my time to shine. Yeah, I think he's pretty smart too. Like, I could definitely see myself overlooking and like never even considering the signature connection. Ugh. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing, especially since up until this point, it's never even been mentioned that Asman was a reporter. We just know him as like this kind of criminal underworld lord of some sort. But I guess he has to have some legal front, right? To his personage. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes! They're identical! They're identical! In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection!
Oh, I forgot Miss Sexy was here. She even makes those boots look sexy. Like, that's impressive. Pearl, the preschool prosecutor? That sounds awesome, actually. Nine. Yeah, I'm gonna play the 999 sequels. I have them all. I bought them in the package that came on Steam. Also, we'll be playing the AI games, Somnium Files. But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Haven't you been hearing what that dude's been spouting up there? Even I think by this point that he'd want to kill whoever wrote the story or reported on it. He obviously hates it. Well, if you think back to like 2 minutes ago, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. his signature doesn't make much sense. It doesn't really, like, what he adds to it doesn't really, I don't know. Like what's the loop for? It's too wide to be like an O to like indicate his first, you know, the letter of his first name. Yeah, this is a long ass flashback. Jesus. I haven't played in days, and I still remember what he said. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. Wow, that seems to be really pertinent information here that he just withheld from us. I guess he didn't withhold it. Well, he did. But it's also something we could have, like, well, we did figure out on our own just by looking at what we have. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. Makes sense. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Trevor. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all. Then why would anyone get into the field if that was a well-known fact? Or even reality? What links? Can't you post links? Because you're a mod? Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. I see it. I don't know if it showed. Yeah, it showed up. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection.
Mr. Trevor, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do! Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you! And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam! Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? How could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? This.
Take that!
You remember this, Mr. Trevor? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talents and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. As a result of this one newspaper article. Yo, what's such? Was mixing those two sentences together. What's up, Game 2? I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. Is there ever greater sign that he's not going to fold? Yo, what's up, Nathan? Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No! Good Lord! Dr. Scythe! Do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day. When I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan, from someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. You did have a choice. You always have a choice. It's just... You only had one other choice if it meant you weren't going to jail, probably. I made the necessary alterations to semen fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. God, people love saying that when they're guilty of something. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. Oh, wait a second. We talked about this brooch she has on. That is interesting. Hold on a second. I didn't notice it before. the magnet I have really does represent the judiciary, which is strange. One really strange thing about this system that's very foreign to me, no pun intended, is that they associate the prosecution and to the police to some extent, as well as all the like government investigative agencies with the judiciary, which is, to me, it's very strange because they are supposed to be very much a separate entity from the judiciary, because intertwining them makes it seem like the judiciary is an extension or a part of law enforcement. And that's not really what it's supposed to be. Then it seems like there's a bias towards the other agencies, for the other agencies, against the people that are brought into the system. The judiciary here is considered very separate. Judges might have relationships with prosecutors because they see them all the time, sure. Judges are paid by the state, their salary, yes. Or state, county, federal, depending on what kind of judge you are. But beyond the fact that it is a government held position, you don't associate this other stuff with the judiciary itself. So if something like this happened, it wouldn't make the judiciary look bad. It would make the fit team lose credibility and like everything she's been a part of. But in terms of the judiciary, it wouldn't have any real effect on it. It could the way it's that it affects cases and stuff like that is like their team loses credibility when it comes to like, now we have to make sure that everything they're doing is actually true, because we can't just take their word for it as it's 100%, the truth, because there's a precedent now that it's being stuff like this is being fabricated or whatever. But nobody is gonna look at the judges themselves, who are the judiciary, and go, we don't trust you. Your whole thing is crumbling down now. No. The system itself can still be fair. You just have to make sure that it just has to be known that this sort of thing can happen. But they make it seem like this sort of thing makes the entire system crumble down. And that's not what would happen. So that's a really, the way they frame that's really interesting to me, because here that would not be the same reality that a similar situation would cause here in the US now, these days. Even around this time, I don't think it was considered part of the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Ha ha! What do you say to that? Like he's the one that just said all that. Your accomplice has submitted to everything. She's lying. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing! That's all! What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. That's not true. That's simply not true. Order, order, order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks? Yes? I hope you accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper form in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. They're joking, right? They're fucking joking, right? Since when has this ever been a thing in an Ace Attorney game? Ever. He's right. He is 100% correct. And I think we've presented enough to show that our client was innocent. But we'll see. But anyways, now all of a sudden, oh, this isn't the proper form for us to pass judgment on the person who might have done it. That's been like, what, 90% of cases in this game? We also have to show who did it? Like, this franchise, I should say. In addition to our client being not the person who did it? Oh. Oh, I did need a few seconds to reboot there. Holy shit, is that ridiculous. Very true, and it slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? Oops. What happened? Sorry, I gotta pop out chat real quick. This is how basically all of the other cases we've ever done in this franchise should have ended. Well, we can't find that person guilty, but there's been enough to prove that your client's innocent. That's all I have to do. That is all I have to do. And now that all of a sudden that's not all I have to, that is, I've gotten what I wanted, suddenly it feels so empty. From a narrative perspective, for a video game, suddenly it's like, but why? Like they leave you with blue balls. They're like, no, I need to know what happens. No! I need to be directly involved. This can't take place somewhere else where I'm not involved. Oh my god. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Narrow Hollow. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. Very silent. I don't know, this doesn't feel quite right. I know, Ryan. I know. I feel you, bruh. Why did Dr. Seitz suddenly admit to it like that? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Your client's innocent. Your client's innocent. Stop it. Stop it. Is everything all right, Mr. Naruhalo? Like you said before, the trial is set to end now. The way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Is that really what we want? This is not the form. You're right, it slipped my mind. I'm going to declare your client innocent because of her confession. But is that really what we want? Oh, Ryan! That audience laughter. What are you doing, Narrow Hollow? He's going to declare me innocent! The defense should be pushing for now. This is, I'm not kidding, this is gonna be physically painful for me. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. I can't believe this. All right. Compromise. I will press the button but I need to get something first. I've had a chance to consult with my hallowed chalice. Oh shit, actually. Thank you for reminding me, I don't have chat brought up. Your commands mean nothing until this is up. I can't do the leg. I'm not flexible enough. It is quite impressive what he can do with his leg. There we go. Now chat pops up. Now command.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
There we go. No, I can't. Actually, we're offline, everyone. I mean, yeah, you're right. I could. This isn't a I have no other choice. I could. You're absolutely right. It's just that doing so would result in my wife divorcing me. So, at best, a harsh scolding. So I will refrain because I do not enjoy the thought of that option. The judge gives his verdict now. Professor Hairring will be found not guilty without any doubt. Something troubling you, perhaps? I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I still couldn't do it. Yes, but it's probably nothing. The antechamber during the recess earlier. I did give Mr. Sholmes my word, though, didn't I? He's not your client! No, this is not what you would do. You want the real lawyer analysis for this? You would not care that you told your friend I'd pursue any doubts. I told him I'd pursue any doubts I had about the truth to the absolute last. You gave Mr. Sholmes your word that it most certainly isn't nothing. And it means there's only one right answer here. There's still only one right answer ethically. Yes, you're right. I don't know why I was ever wavering. Because that's not what...
Objection!
Why? The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nepalese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Ethically, it is literally against your ethics. I'm not in my right mind. I'm going crazy. Mr. Narrow Hollow, what exactly are you thinking? That's what I'm thinking. The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open. Wait, why is she suddenly like, don't be an idiot, after she before is like, well, if you gave Mr. Sholmes your word. Oh. Right. Yes, in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have done what I just did. Oh, yes. Ryan. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. End of story. Obviously, but shouldn't say any other words after that, actually. You should just put your hands back behind your back and give that weird look you give, and that is it. But that's not all. No. He's wrong. That is absolutely all. I believe I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. That is not at all true. That is not at all true. That is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed, so stop wasting everyone's time. The judge could legit be like, she's right. We're done. Pointless outburst aside, I'm finding your client not guilty. The judge just said this isn't the forum for this. So, as far as the judge is concerned, he doesn't have to do any of this. Nor would the judge do any of this. If the judge has already put it on record that this is not the forum for this discussion, then he's not going to entertain it. Of course he will, because the game. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting the business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case that has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Yo, what? Lord Van Zieks. Nobody's being sent to prison, though. That has to be a completely separate trial. They can figure out this truth in the other trial. Nobody's being found guilty. Oh, in the McGilded trial? Yeah. I'm not sure. That might be the case in the game, but I'm not sure that has ever been the case in the English or US system. In fact, it's a very it's very explicitly stated in cases that let's say the defense and the prosecution agree on a plea agreement. say, we agree to this plea agreement. We submit it to you, my lord. The judge doesn't have to agree to it just because they agree to it. The judge can be like, fuck your plea agreement. I'm giving them more or less of a punishment. So, like, if it were based off the British system, it's just wrong. Though, there are probably some other things that are wrong about it, too. I'm still not sure, even in 1900s London, where they were like, oh, we picked him up, his trial's tomorrow. Oh, maybe that is what happened. But I'd be surprised. Yeah, he could do that here. He could do the same thing here as he did in the Gilded trial. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Aye. Very well. Hey, Cooper. Oh, goodness. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside of the jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago was a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. Wasn't it just kind of your secret? Was it a state secret? So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems. And all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. What about this autopsy report, then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? It's a terrible corruption. Yeah, I think she knows that. Yeah, no lie, Retro, that is something you could hear a judge reasonably say. I have other cases on my docket. I'm not dealing with your bullshit. Get out of my courtroom. Who, me? Sure, ask away. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. Wouldn't they all be in trouble for this then? They all, like, knowingly contributed to this? We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree, for some fucking reason. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Doesn't matter, not your responsibility. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. She is very pleased with herself. We are. Well, we haven't had the verdict yet, but the judge stated that he was going to give us an innocent verdict. But the truth, giving players everywhere of this game the wrong impression as to what the actual duty, I feel compelled to make a short about, like, not a short because they're too short, but a short video just taking this out and explaining that no, that is not Rinosuke's duty. It is not the duty of the defense attorney. The judge was absolutely within his right to end the trial there. Especially given that Van Zieks had no further objection as to, like, further evidence or anything like that. And it's possible that further... Now, it is better than the McGilded trial in that we weren't actually trying to, like, expose our client. Because I think that was the implication. I think everybody knows that Hairbrain is innocent here. But it's still possible that further evidence unearthing could mean that our client ends up being guilty again. Seen as being guilty. So, once you get that innocent verdict, you're done. Your job is done. As the defense attorney. This whole quest for truth thing, they're going to have another trial. Van Zeeks can handle that. With Drebber and whoever Drebber's attorney is. That's up to them. That's not up to us. We're not Drebber's attorney. Or the truth's attorney. If the case is closed, the case is closed. They could continue looking into things to try to find, like, this is but a thread but a single thread in a part of a great weaving or something like that. Sure, they could do that, but they can't put anybody else in jail for the same crime when the judge has already passed down his, you know. I didn't say that correctly, but do you know what I mean? Like, if they found that Drebber killed the person, they can't then say that, oh, Drebber didn't do it, somebody else did it, later, without attempting to completely reopen the case and have it reversed, which is very difficult to do. The abstract concept of truth literally hired us to be their attorney. So yes, they could still use this case as like a jumping off point to like a bigger case if they think there's more to it all. However, there's a big problem with doing that, a practical issue, and that is resources. Are you going to commit people, time and energy and money to further investigate something that, as far as the court is concerned, has been taken care of? But in this case specifically, the investigators would continue looking into it because nobody's been found guilty, right? And Hairbrain was found innocent. So, like, continuing to investigate Hairbrain would be dumb because of double jeopardy. You just can't bring another case against Hairbrain himself. Blair was quoting an article about a legal themed conspiracy theory saying, you may as well walk into court with a t-shirt saying, I'm an idiot. It wouldn't go over well at all. I wouldn't think it'd go over well with anyone. The jury would, or the judge would probably chastise him. Like, judges will call people out for coming in looking like bums. In my experience, at least. If I'm the other attorney, I'd just chuckle to myself. Right, right. Well, right. I know. We're talking about the client, not the defense lawyer. The judge can still do that. We are, we are sort of expected. It's not like a hard and fast rule, per se, but we are expected to direct our client to dress appropriately. And wearing a t-shirt that says, I am an idiot would not be dressing appropriately. But that's something that could vary from court to court. There's some judges that maybe don't care or might find it humorous. But I would never tell my client to do that. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. That is true. What is it about you Japanese that make you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. It didn't take much arm twisting there. Yes, my lord. This is the problem with not being able to skip text that you've... Because we've already seen this, but it still won't let you skip it because it's in green now.
Hold it!
You just wanted another opportunity to play the music? I guess I don't understand what his reasoning is too behind why he said that in the article. I haven't seen that article. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. It could be a vital clue. We cannot skip it. Did you... That would be a hell of a shirt. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all of this. Will it? Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where, then, was the victim's body?
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably, so it could be... Motherfucker, did I ask you that goddamn question? I'm asking the witness. Holy shit. No, he would not be allowed to answer for her. He has an objection, raise an objection. He wouldn't just be like, oh, presumably. Presumably, it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Two Spells. Shut up. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
Hold it!
I would very much suggest against getting a new teardrop tattoo. How dumb would that be? I'm not sure that'd be enough, but it would be very stupid. My hallowed chalice weeps for Professor Hairbrain. When you say arrange, I presume you mean like this? With this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asman. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, I leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious case of death. Oh, God. That's very stupid. I give people like that credit, though. They can get very imaginative and creative with their arguments. The problem is that the arguments still fail to hold substance in the end. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. She actually wrote the sentence, it's illegal to use a legal name. Then the name itself can't be legal, and thus she can't be calling it a legal name. God, people say stupid things. Many, many stupid things. My word. What is it, Miss Susan? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh. Which part? I want her to supplement her testimony with this. I think it's the cause of death. That's the thing she hesitated with. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. Stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs. Very well. You'll supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. In Sweden, it is forbidden by law to be a criminal. You're quite sure of that? It was a result of the broken neck? Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Just precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well.
Hold it!
The entire team in preventing the course of justice? My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murder, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Ugh. I can see the point, Mr. Narrowhallow. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Can we move on? Well, it doesn't make it any easier that they have you choose between two statements. That you could be looking at here. Getting things right for the wrong reasons is always such an interesting feeling. Because you're like, let's narrow things down. Got this. 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 Although what they said about we need professionals to be able to tell what happened seems to preclude the picture, since that's only the outward appearance. One interesting thing is it doesn't look like this fell head first either. Although we can't see it clearly because it's zoomed in a little bit. But you would think if it fell on its head, this would be broken, this portion of it. Which means he would have had to have fallen feet first, in which case, would he have broken his... I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they could be going for here yet exactly, so I can't really comment on if it's shit or not.
Objection!
Oh, not that. I'm gonna chase this particular line of reasoning first.
Objection!
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's not that. Or at least, it's not that insofar as the way I would think of pointing it out would be.
Objection!
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the... It seems to have nothing to do with the stage itself. Oh wait, that was one other thing I wanted to try. This.
Objection!
Okay, so it's nothing to do with the stage itself. That's what I was... Yo, what's up in here?
Objection.
Okay, it's not that. I was thinking sharp implement? Screwdriver! Is the screwdriver sharp? I don't...
Objection.
Okay. Okay, so none of my original trains of thought are correct here. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma, has been suffered from the 30-foot fall. I don't know if the glass would have anything to do with it. It was found in the waxwork. Because that's where it fell. She switched the bodies and sent the waxwork back. I'm still not sure if I'm even on the right. I don't even remember what the other option was.
Hold it.
This is just awful. Yeah, even in that bird cage, it wasn't broken up top, so it fell from the bottom. Why not just have both? Stood over the victim's corpse. Where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. I don't see any contradiction there. Water? Yeah, never mind, Judge. Truth is too hard to find, lol. Alright, you can go ahead and just declare my client innocent now. Moppy. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. You should still find your client innocent, and then you win, even if you lose. Then she put it back in the grill? Is that what she did? Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Objection.
Yeah, that does make sense. The neck trauma from the 30-foot fall. Was it 30 feet the same for? He was there.
Objection.
Well, we're not just calling her credibility into question, so it's not that.
Hold it!
Her stabby eyes hotter than her normal eyes because she's so passionate in her stabby eyes. That sort of thing could happen, Wakafu. You'd be surprised at how often they're just kind of there to observe. The toppled cage.
Objection.
Oh. I'm gonna admit, this is really tough. Really tough. What'd I just pick? The cage?
Objection.
That That's not normally how you follow up an objection. Got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. Seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend! There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Which shows the victim of the birdcage following the events that led to his death. Objection! The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Isn't that what you said about the other thing too? And then we're like, whoops, the newspaper article? Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know that the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? Fuck, I don't actually know. Wait! No! This can't be it, right? There's no way this is the actual thing, right? There's no way. There's no way.
Take that!
Okay, thank God. I was gonna say, if it's the fact that dude's glasses are still on, I was going to die. Okay. Whew. Because, I mean, to be fair, if I fell from that far, I'd be surprised if my glasses would still be on me. Okay, so she said she stabbed him in the chest, and that's... Where she stabbed him? Is it the stab wound itself? The glasses are glued on. Oh, man. Okay, let's see here. I'm still not actually sure. That's just an elaborate piercing. Right through the nose. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Jack? Nope. Okay, so is this stabbing like going all the way down, or is this like the blood dripping? I had always assumed it was the blood dripping, but
Take that!
I guess I could be wrong about that. Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction toward the man's feet, because he was standing up when he got stabbed. Or is that? Why is that significant, counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah! Of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed while it's inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in that picture is inconceivable. Ah! Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Ah! Ah! Well, I think it partly has to do with all this OST just being so much more elaborate. Gives you a lot more ability to do like great things with the music. I knew it, I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction is only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? No, seriously, is misapprehension the word you mean to use? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. You claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. One of those claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Speak! Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? Yo, what's up, CJ? I don't like coming in with the Uggs. What is a man? Yeah, man, yeah. Yeah, man there is a lot different than if we, man, come on, man. There it's like, speak plainly, man. I have to misapprehension. Under misapprehension of my own is what this word means. Mistaken belief or interpretation of it. Okay. Yep. Nope, they used it correctly. They used it correctly. I was the one who was incorrect. Gotta be one of these two. This is the most... The answer is very simple. If you consider the sequence of events, if when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downward as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible! The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But if he hit if it hit the bottom part, he might not have died from the impact immediately. Could have fucking broken his legs, but Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. The victim was in fact alive at that point in time. It changes everything. Well, insofar as Mr. Drebber probably won't be hung, and now Dr. Scythe probably will. Because he only attempted murder. Ah! Well, she actually murdered. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Hairbrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Dr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Ugh. Ah! Order, order, order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been talking to me? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime, cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Neruhallo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ah, logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. There's no known connection to Dr. Scythe here. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. Judge shouldn't say, I'm relieved. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But is that really so bad? But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
I mean, you've seen my tier list, Mute. So I can't completely disagree with you? That was a thought that crossed my mind initially. But I think that depends on how long after they were dead, right? As to how much blood could have been lost. That was at least my... I was like, oh no, that's probably not it, because if she did it soon enough, there would still be... I would think it would still work. I'm not even sure if that's correct, though. That's just why I dismissed the idea, because I did have it initially. Not initially. One of my first thoughts, I would say. Like, when I looked at the picture, I'm like, man, that kind of split... Like, my exact thought was, wow, that was a lot splattering outward. Because, in theory, she could have stabbed in a way, like an angle, that would have made it so it didn't splatter out in all directions equally. So, my initial thought was, wow, she really got that to splatter pretty far. From however she, from whatever angle she did it in. But I guess we were supposed to take her exact, the recreation of it as exact. Like that's what really, she did it exactly like that, as opposed to I did it at this angle that would cause the blood to come out more this way than up. Emrod. Andrew Driver, what a name. No, when you question what possible reason you could have... No. When you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What is it, counsel? Enlighten the court, please. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seems strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There is a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Is it the Iron Mask? Because that's like the one thing we haven't really shown yet. Oh, she got to the scene first. Not the, she only went down afterwards. It's the Iron Mask. You've lost me. Huh? Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, well, all the things I saw yesterday left the greatest impression. Okay, not the Iron Mask. Clearly, I have no idea what you're talking about. I think I must have said the wrong thing. Forgive the interruption, Dr. Scythe, but what my colleague meant to say was scalpels. Oh, come on! Give me another chance! Scalpels is number 2. It wasn't going to be the screwdriver. But we saw the scalpels at her office, right? What my colleague meant to say was scalpels. Perhaps that makes a little more sense to you? Ha, of course. Ha, the Iron Mask, dum-dum. Did you say scalpels? Ah. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it. It was yesterday. We were in your lab thing. Oh yeah, all those scalpels. See, I wish they would have added that to the court record, because even if I look at the court record, it wouldn't be there. 500 scalpels a month? First I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. Actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant, it's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding, tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going. Would be extremely straightforward. Ugh. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may have well stumbled upon the information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack the money from her to the next decade. Ooh. Okay, so the logic in adding it all up makes sense, but I will point out that I do think this particular trail of evidence is kind of weak, because we have to make this grand assumption that, oh, because he was able to find out Drebber's name, he must have also had the ability to find out about Dr. Scythe's issue. Because as far as we know, he didn't actually witness it, right? He simply recreated the scene as Drebber described it, right? If he had seen it, that'd be different. Because then he probably would have noticed that Scythe had shot him. Or somebody shot him. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. No, you know what I would have said? Not as a tax reason. I would have been like, I inflated my budget so that I'd be sure to get just as big of a budget next year. Even though I didn't need all that money. So fire me from my job then. People do that. Instead of like reporting a surplus, they'll just find a way to make sure all that money is shown as spent so that they inflate their budget costs so that they continue to receive that same budget. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. But she folded like a lawn chair. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Cosmo just sitting there like, man, this is some shit. I mean, I might be constipated at this point. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. Never! 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really? It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talents. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? You wouldn't download 500 scalpels. Yeah, that's true too. Like, we did a lot of behind the scenes dissections. So we required a lot of scalpels. Again, I just don't think that was not a strong enough like accusation for her to just fold like that. So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Nogate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events were all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. Just like scalpels for budget cuts. Gumshoe salary. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye about the coroner who'd handled the bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learnt that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. How many times do we need to do this? Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. As opposed to unselfish gain, well, that is a different discussion for another time. No, Techy, no. No. No, no. 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 We have much game to go. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. I'm guessing at least 25. I guess it depends on if I can have some of the streams go longer. Because if you look back, several of these streams have only been like 3 hours, which is less than usual. So it's possible it ends up being less than 25, but right now we're averaging 5 streams per case. Oh God, remind me. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this, your own actions resulted in the exact same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I Lord Van Zeek's one of Dr. Scythe. An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. He's made great contributions to a profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Oh, yes? Seems that was a great deal more to your experiment than you realize. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. I was actually absolved of guilt like 4 hours ago, but whatever. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I just found out that my inspiration for his voice is the lead in Bad Guys. Which actually looks like kind of a fun movie. Might check that out. Yo, what's up, Easy? I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguided, believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Oh! Does he have a lack of talent, or was he just focused on the wrong thing? So then what does this mean? Because this is a judicial symbol. Alright, later, Techie. Enjoy your mac and cheese. We are all about thievery, trickery, and gain. And apparently we're openly proud of it. Hold on, I need to absolve myself here. Swim snakes around gavel. The Catechus, no wait, the Caduceus is the staff carried by Hermes in Greek mythology and consequently Hermes Trismegistus in Greco-Egyptian mythology. The same staff is also borne by heralds in general. For example, Iris, the messenger of Hera, is a short staff entwined by two serpents, sometimes surrounded by wings. In Roman iconography, is often depicted being carried in the left hand of Mercury, the messenger of the gods. Some accounts suggest that the oldest one roots in Mesopotamia. Sumerian god Ningishida, the symbol, a staff with two snakes entwined around it, dates back to 4000 to 3000 BC. As a symbolic object, it represents Hermes, or the Roman Mercury. By extension, trades, occupations, or undertakings associated with the god. Where does the, a lot of coat of arms that have it. Also in Brisbane, Australia. And in the flag of Vancouver Island, Canada. I don't... Where does it say that it stands for deception and shit? Not in this article. Halen. Well, again, it's... I mean, really we're talking Hermes, since Mercury's just Hermes. And the primary meaning is trades, occupations, or undertakings associated with Hermes. Who, as you say, is associated with eloquence, messages, and communication. So that would make a lot of sense as to why it would be associated with law. Because that's literally what we're, like, the traits we must have to be good at our job. I mean, Hermes is the divine trickster. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the main point of that symbol is not "You're not my real ladder." But yeah, I think Hermes is no more for the prior than the latter, the messenger communication eloquence, as opposed to thievery. Trickery, kind of. You're known as a divine trickster, I guess. Trickster does not inherently include thievery, though. It is odd. To use a sign that could also have that sort of double meaning to it. I don't know. I don't know why I seem to have that problem, but if we talk about, like, ancient gods, I never talk about the Roman gods, and it annoys me to do so because they're just Greek equivalents made into Roman mythology. So, like, I can't call him Mercury. I always have to call him Hermes. Or I can't call him, Jupiter. I have to call him Zeus. Hermes, Herpes, whatever. That is true. Which, like, there's no point. First of all, neither of those mythologies are in vogue, right? In terms of, like, we believe in them. They're both from ancient civilizations, so it doesn't really matter which one you call them, no. But I'm sitting there like... Like, I shouldn't. It's dumb. Absolutely dumb. For me to have that sort of tick, but I do. And I need to not be stupid. No, that's fair. You did mention Mercury specifically last time. I mean, there are also Scientologists out there. It doesn't mean they're in vogue or something that we should take seriously. Like, yep, you go and you worship Zeus. You go right ahead. You go and worship that. What the fuck's the Scientology god that? The alien or whatever? Like, yeah, you go. You do that. You do that. Pay them all your money. I'm sure there's no ulterior motive there. Is it Xenu? That sounds right. It sounds like it'd be something with an X. I'm sure some people worship Zerg. I'm sure some people worship the Zoltan. God from Dude, Where's My Car? Zoltan. Some fictional cult creator. Oh, God. XI-112! All hail! I feel so bad for that kid. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zieks. And the derision from which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. Very true. Very true. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. But one does have a right to deride another if they're Nipponese. He is swift and speedy, yeah. Oh. Thank you, Barrack. Wait, you two are friends this whole time? I didn't know this. I declare mistrial. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you will find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections? None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? It's done, is he? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. There really isn't an issue with that, though. But I can see why some people would have a problem with it. The reason there's no issue with it is because there's no ethical dilemma when you're defending a friend. If your ethics is to defend your client zealously and try ensuring they get the greatest outcome possible, well, that aligns with what you would want with your friend, right? The problem is if you were opposite your friend, because then it's like, well, are you going to prosecute your friend to the best of your ability? Which one? Juror number 2? I do think it kind of affected his prosecution in a way, though. How he continued to believe that the machine was a success? Like, really? Just to prove your case? I think it was kind of obvious from the beginning, from very early on, that it didn't work. He would still believe that the end of the first day, didn't he? I mean, he still was trying to find him guilty, mind you, but, like, I do think his friendship affected the way in which he went about it. Because it's not impossible that it could have not worked and Albert have still been guilty. Especially given that the dude was stabbed standing up. Albert could have done that before he made or like in the middle of the smoke or whatever, if there was actually a separate mechanism that made the trap door open. Like, all the smoke comes out, he stabs the guy, he falls, and then the crossbow shot, that's possible. But his whole case seemed to rely on the fact that it actually worked, instead of coming up with an alternate yet plausible argument. Court is adjourned. It's over. That was some trial. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Splendid is a matter of perspective, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Narrow Hollow, Miss Susan, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. And here's my bill. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Ah, that's too high, it's too expensive, I can't pay for this. But right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd be able to pay you. Ah, I give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so I can't get paid for anything as a student. That's blasphemy. That's fucking stupid. We're gonna go with the names through the end of this case. When we get to case 4, we will revert back to the prior names. So don't worry for those that had their jimmies all rustled because we've been calling them Ryan and Susan and Kyle. Yeah, I love student debt and not being able to pay it back and interest growing. Even though there's nothing actually preventing me from getting paid as a student. Well, okay, CJ, that's, yeah, you did, because you did that. That was you. It was all you. I had no other choice. We don't need any financial reward. Bullshit. Your acquittal is more than enough. Bullshit. We'll continue to be poor and barely make ends meet while trying to continue doing this job. That's not how that works. Oh yeah, the names, yeah, I agree with that. Like, the British names are already the Ryans and Susans of the world. Russell Jimmy? It would be James T. Russell. I don't remember what the T stood for, though. The? I'd have to ask KY. Oh dear, what can I do? Pay you anyway! Ha, yeah, that's a good idea. Although I guess he's broke too. Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Oh, your worthless hypothesis in this incredibly small book? Well, just as a memento then, thank you. Not like I need it anymore, it's all complete garbage. Sonic, is that Sonic's middle name? Sonic the Hedgehog. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing with this lack of money I have. I guess that you don't have to charge me to actually see things, though. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here, too, and see if new inspiration hits me. That's a good idea, actually. Oh, yes, that's a wonderful... I can't allow that. He's gonna come in like, I can't allow that. What do you mean, Barrack? I cannot allow you to do that. Alone. Oh. The background crowd goes, Lord Van Zinks, what are you doing in here? Barrack! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. Even though I haven't talked to you in 10 years. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? The defense? Did I just hear that right? Well, yeah, I mean, who else would he have defend him other than the dude who has literally never lost a case? And have always beaten him. I always knew that you had my best interests at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert, in a few days your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. What? But no! Hold on a minute, Barrick. What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime now. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. We have intel that a man named Wieland will be blowing up the Crystal Tower at any moment. Duh. Wieland's somewhere like, oh, I got to shiver. Someone must mention my name. Is it wrong to pick up scientists in a courtroom? New anime from the creators of Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls While Exploring a Dungeon? Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrick. Lord Van Zeeks, what's all this about? Unnecessary precaution? Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he was asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. What about Gina? You mean... Oh, is that why Gina's getting is Gina's leaving? Or is that why, what's-his-face is leaving? Because of Van Zeeks? What a simultaneously ridiculous and also noble thought. He mentioned that he was moving, but did he mention that it was Van Zeeks? I don't remember that. If he did, I just forgot. The Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? The Reaper's influence doesn't oh, God. Are we still worried about that goddamn ghost? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True, and perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Well, I guess he just doesn't fucking care about Gina then. Ghosts are canon, but not at being able to physically affect anyone unless they can find a channeling medium. Ah yes, death of old age. Must have been the Reaper. Barrick! Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Yeah, no, I mean, she's some street rat hooligan. Why would I give a shit? Right. Also, he's still probably kind of pissed at Gina for being the reason McGilded was found innocent, even though McGilded ended up dying anyways. Did they establish that only only men can, or only women can be mediums? I just thought that was the Fae family trait. Like, specifically. Does your friend's shaped package get any say in it? Goodness. Was this your intention all along then, Nord Van Zeeks? Dude bought the ticket. Dude bought the ticket like yesterday, calling a shot after day one. Dude Larry Bird it. He shot the 3 and immediately turned around and ran off like... Or Steph Curry for you Gen Zers. I know neither of these people. Greatest sport in the world. Just... ignore it! I'd show it to you, but they heavily police their copyrights, their footage and shit, so I can't show you. I'll share something in Facebook, though. Believe me, even those who don't appreciate basketball would know why that's impressive when you just shoot the ball and immediately run back because you know it's going in. That's crazy. Actually, that was something similar happened. That was the center of my friend who was our fuck, what's the name of it? The people that preside your wedding. Not minister. The fuck is it called? I can't remember. Not the best man. The officiant. The officiant. One of my, so I had 6 friends stand, and one of my friends is the officiant, and his his talk was short. We had him keep it to 15 minutes, but it was about, he talked about our relationship, and he was talking about like absolute trust in a person, and what he did is he blew up a big picture of this Steph Curry shot, where Steph Curry took the shot. And it wasn't Steph Curry, but it was one of his teammates. Andrew Bogut, Aussie, Andrew Bogut for all you Aussies out there, who turns around, he's the one that immediately turns around and is running back like this. And he like put both of our faces on the 2 players. I still have it downstairs, it was cute. I was not expecting that, that was really well done. I was very pleased. Just like absolute trust in another person as teammates. But yeah, that sort of thing where it's like, if somebody shoots and you just teammate, shooter, whatever, you're running it down, that's what Van Zeeks just did. Yeah, we sometimes say in America something blew it up as they expand, like they blew the picture up, not as exploded. That's a weird, I guess that's a weird phrase we use for that. I gotta keep that in mind. That those types of idioms probably come off as really stupid to people that are international. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Not even enhanced though, because enhanced doesn't necessarily mean you expanded it. That could just mean like you'd like clear it up. Or like add filters to it or something. Expanding, enlarging would actually probably be the best way to, yeah, enlargement is probably the best way to put it. In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes it feels as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes. All right. Well then, Mr. Naruhalo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Look at this photo. He did not say look at this photograph, but that would have been pretty funny. Best wishes, Professor Harebrained. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Maybe when we actually start getting paid for our work. Anyways, goodbye for now. So even in the United States, there would still be some like outgoing processing that would need to be done. Here it seems like it takes a few days before it's made. Van Ziek says it takes a few days for it to be official. Whatever that means, however their processing happens. But it's all about the final findings being entered and the processing within the prison or jail being done. I don't know, there might be a place where they just let you go free right away. I'm assuming that's a state thing. No, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? Thought you were gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get the sense of impending doom as you walked away from me this time. The enigma, Beric Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. All that completely unnecessary. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. That's my job. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocent could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. The thought had crossed my mind. What are you doing that for? It just looks stupid. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well, or exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh, it was 16 years ago then. One of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Yes, of course, I remember Dr. Michaels well. It's not chapter 4 yet.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks, truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. Justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. Dude's brother was L. And he's M. Or N. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. Plain sight? Yeah, he's one of the 3... Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think? Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions, which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. See, it's so dumb. Like, I guess you would just have to simply not trust the other country. If somebody in America goes to Britain and fucks up, and they get prosecuted for it and found guilty, I'm not going to be like, oh, go to war! I'd be like, man, shouldn't have fucked up. That does make sense as to why it was a closed trial, though. Special circumstances. Not just the fact that it was a murder. Being a serial killer alone is not enough for a closed trial. What? A war between Britain and Japan?
That would mean... Oh my, you mean to say the professor was...
Yeah, no shit, you didn't figure that out yet? One of the 3 students.
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
They better fucking show us. Not wait until...
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before. was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
He's having a nightmare. Why you shouldn't fall asleep standing up.
Father.
What? Father? Kazuma!
Did you already know that it was him? Or is it just weird now that he actually revealed himself?
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me,
Ryunosuke.
hello again. My friend.
I go by Ryan now, by the way.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
Also, we call you Kyle now. What?
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
They did nerf him, but now the nerf is gone. But have I power crept him at this point is the real question.
I owe you thanks, too.
I mean, if you're Van Zeeks, you shouldn't be saying anything. You should just observe.
For taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
Is this the same voice actor as in the first game? Because I feel like this is a lot better at conveying like his Japanese English accent than the first game did.
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I'm actually surprised that they kept the correct outfits in this cutscene.
I've made it. At last. Father.
That could be. It could just be with more, like, because there's a lot more dialogue in this game already that it's easier to spot it.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time?
Well, I mean, he forgot everything, so technically he didn't know all this time. Technically, he knew nothing for a long period of time.
I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Hey, I know you're angry, but that isn't your property, man. You gotta talk to Madame Two Spells about it first before you... Cut it in half. Well, that's a lawsuit.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time.
Why?
I'll be seeing you.
Why is now not the time?
That's all Kazuma said.
Did she technically grave rob? They put it back. I guess the technical crime would be unearthing? Or did she even do it? Yeah. Because he was dead at that point, right? Yeah, grave robbing would be incorrect. She was part of disturbing a grave, but not. I mean, I can't remember because it's been a week. Did she unearth it with the attendant or whatever, gravedigger? It did unearth. So I don't think it's desecration, but I think it is still a crime to... Police dig up wrong body in effort to solve decades-old cold case. Whoops! I can't find a statute about this. I know it's illegal because you have to get the court's permission to do it. The act of disturbing a grave, other than for an officially sanctioned exhumation. Ironically, the act did not make it illegal to steal a dead body. Okay. That's the Burial Act of 1857. Oh, here we go. Wow, there's a whole chapter for disposition of human remains. That's interesting. Go to penalty. I should have just moved down. That's for something else. Well, there's one crime in here with the fine of $50. Disinterment. Illegal disinterment. Yeah.
Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So here's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yeah, it appears so. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. I don't need that information. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. How dare he have children? Fuck yo kids. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. So as you can see, it is entirely justifiable for me to hate the Nipponese because one of them did something terrible to my family. I will now generalize it to the rest of you. For those in the comments before, I know there were some people that were like, just wait and see. Just wait and see. There's a reason why he is the way he is. That's not a good reason. That's not a good reason to hate an entire race of people. No. No. It's not excusable. He's still a piece of shit. That doesn't change anything. Yeah, after image. I mean, Strongheart does seem to be a sadist, but I assume he did it for like a tactical purpose.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Poor Susan-san.
All this is tied up with painful memories for her too.
She's never talked about this with me before, though. God damn it, you're right! Fuck! Kyle Anderson. God damn it. I fucked it up. Alright, fine, we're done with that, because I can't keep it consistent.
It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I started to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father that he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kyle Anderson.
I can't. You gotta keep going. I don't know why I find it so stupidly amusing.
So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned. only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time.
No shit. It would have been weird if it didn't.
As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
But for you, it is actually the end of the chapter. Medieval lawyer life? That would actually be probably really terrible. This is 1900 England. Thank God. Not like, what, 1200? That would be terrible! Isn't everything done in front of the king or some shit? Oh man, what a fucking case that would be. Yeah, we'll start. Where we at? 220? Yeah, we can start this case.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
That's actually a great voice for Holmes. Yeah, to be fair, at least we'd have more two spells because of all those witches, right? Yeah, they were, what, 1600s? That's past medieval times. Thoughts on the case? Actually, hold on. Go back to Awesome's question. My favorite case so far is probably the third case in the first game. Just because of everything that went into that case. Including the, we actually did what we were supposed to do aspect of it. Oh, man. That case was good. The carrying on the trial was obviously really, really fucking annoying. It was really fucking annoying in the same way as, like, in, like, the original Ace Attorney games, which I don't think they've done here in the Great Ace Attorney games, because it's stupid and you just shouldn't ever present it that way. But especially in Trials and Tribulations 3-1, I think is the most egregious example, is making your client getting your client to expose themselves in a lie, which you would never do because that's really fucking stupid. Not that you would never do it, but I can't think of a situation in which you would want that to happen on the stand. So it has that same sort of stupidity level as like 3-1 did. But the characters were really good. The investigation was fine. The Cosmo reveal was really good. Van Ziek's reveal was, you know, that was something that was highly anticipated. Hairbrain was a great client in that it was it was interesting to see him evolve as a person and realize that not everything is about being right in science. That's not like the point of life. Drebber was great. Yeah, all the characters in that case were really good. That's not common. Even the balloon guy and that little rich kid were also like hilarious in their own ways. Then you had Gina. You had evolved Gina, which was great. Yeah, it was just an all-around really, really, really good case. I think I still like the third case in the first game better. And it not just as a lawyer, but I kind of like the sinister tone of it a little more. Just because it's like the Empire Strikes Back of the Great Ace Attorney was that case. Even the women in the Salem witch trials, I think, had lawyers. I'm not 100% sure on that though. I thought they did. Maybe not. I have a book on it. I can't remember what it said because it honestly wasn't, for whatever reason, it just wasn't interesting in the way that the information was presented. You would think something like that would be very interesting, but maybe I just went into the book with the wrong mindset. Like, yeah, these people are all fucking idiots. Of course, this is going to be a shitty story. Yeah, I think those are the common fictional enactments. I've also seen fictional enactments where they did have a lawyer, but they didn't try particularly hard to get their clients off. Oh, American witch trials, that's entirely probable. See, that's because we knew how to kill witches. you hung your witches? That's where this Reaper shit comes from. Because you didn't dispose of your witches properly. Is that too soon? 400 years later, is it still too soon? Eight days after that earth-shattering trial on Cosmo regaining his memory, someone in the comments like, my great ancestor was burned at the stake in Salem, and I don't appreciate you making light of that thing that happened in 1623. Yeah, because, I mean, those towns are really small. So that was like it operated as like a city hall, basically, but also where trials happen. We were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. That was great because that's where we fucked Napoleon up. Sorry, 200 years too soon still? Lynn accidentally outing themselves for being alive in the 1600s. Oh man. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Sado-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. You suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer? The professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was talking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. But think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. He isn't at liberty to talk to us about anything. It's fucking annoying. That probably means he knows then. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, that he's regained his memory now. Yes, there she is. Wait, or is it... Which one was talking? Oh, yes, there she is. Oh, father! Hello, Susato, how are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. Look at that fucking Giga Chad! And his hair, oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! Oh! Whew. There's nothing I can say that's historically off because I'm not super familiar with the day-to-day life of London in 1900. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh, no, not at all. It's my pleasure. What do you mean, question mark? We know who that is. You don't forget a Giga Chad face like this. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Person apparently I don't know. Who is this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. Firm tap? What? Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Ah! Oh! You're... Dude can't recognize him because he doesn't have that hat on. Other than Phoenix? No. Because, like, Ryunosuke is almost certainly Phoenix's ancestor, like 99.9%. But, like, take Van Zieks, for example. He could be Von Karma's ancestor, or he could be Edgeworth's ancestor. I'm not really sure. He might be neither. I mean, Edgeworth and Von Karma aren't related by blood, so... I always read it not guilty. Oh, I just assumed he was gonna say not guilty. I'm not even sure I actually paid attention to what he said. That seemed to make sense, since he did pronounce me not guilty. Your Excellency! Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time. Good, you remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty! Oh, he said guilty? Well, then that's stupid because... Wait, did he ever pronounce us guilty? If he didn't, that's dumb. Jenkins. Cicero Jenkins. They have similar builds. There you go. Him and Pearl. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? There was no laughing at that time. So London again after all this time? Hard to believe it's been 10 years. Be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Well, I don't recognize his stupid saying of not guilty if he's trying to get him to remember. If you're trying to jog a memory, would you actually use a memory that actually occurred instead of a fabricated one? I'm not gonna call him Cicero Jenkins, don't worry. If anything, I'm just gonna start calling him Giga Chad from now on. Your Excellency, the Giga Chad! Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Well, really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. All thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Eugene? Of course, Judge Shikoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. All those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Should have became a judge, dipshit. Giga Chad, there you go. Judge Giga Chad. Sorry, ministerial status? Ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Since you were here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. And also a judge? That would not happen in the United States. Why? Because there is the separation of powers. Legislative, executive, judicial. He is not separating the powers right now. He is literally in two branches. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on the study tour. The guilty is charged. He is the entire government. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Ah, yes, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Actually, it's Ryan now, sir. What? My name, sir. I go by Ryan now. Anyways, Rinosuke. Oh, I will address you as such. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved in with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yes, could you tell us any more about it? Apparently so. Detonate! I should make it very clear that that joke was in no way meant to make a lot of light of people's transitioning and their name changes. It is merely to make light of the fact that when shit comes to America and there's Americanized versions of it, we tend to change their names to something ridiculous. Like Yagami is like Light Anderson or some bullshit. I just want to make sure there is no confusion there. So, how's the voyage here? How's the voyage here? Oh, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. Not an immortal person. 50 days is probably like a blink of an eye. Twain talking like they're actual immortal people. Kidding. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. But I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience.
Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris?
We did, yes. Though only for one night. And yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Is it Dunkirk or Dunkirk? This is a movie. Part of World War II. Or a big spot in World War II. I have not seen the movie yet, though. I know it had to do with a retreat. Just in time for the symposium. In fact, it starts tomorrow.
It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. Not so much of you, though, Jigoku.
It's thanks to Seshiro. It's thanks to Seshiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to integrate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, but I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Ah. Greatest word in the English language. Default. Speak for yourself, Eugene. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back.
Kazuma's father, I suppose?
Is the whole thing here that his father didn't really kill anyone? Or he was considered to be unjustly sentenced? Dunkirk. Ingratiate, not ingrate. Ingrate. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father? Wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Impact! The greatest man to ever live! Impacto! That's correct. Genshin Asogi. Genshin Impact?
You knew, I presume, Father?
Well, no shit. He was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. Not only was he a serial killer, but he made people pay for a gacha game. Truly a monster. Oh, impacts? Like Celeste impacts? Ah, yeah, Genshin's truly dead now, I guess. Well, it's quite a ride while it lasted. Never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. Okay, so they are under the impression that he did it. It was a close trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. What about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there.
Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death?
I don't know. When I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh, what? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks. What? What? That's news to us! Well, yeah, you've been on a fucking boat. So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. Oh yeah, I guess he could have told them ahead of time. Both their drips are excellent. They really, they dressed for the occasion, for sure. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on a steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January.
But he didn't die. He's alive, as you knew, didn't you, Father?
In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive, and here in London, you say? Never dared ever to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now.
Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia? That's entirely too convenient.
When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were.
I see.
He only regained his memory 8 days ago.
This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. You son of a bitch!
I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him?
That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Yunjin here, Genshin Impacts, and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you.
16 years ago, things were tough for their generation.
Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady.
Yes, grandmother told me. Since, you know, he wasn't around to tell me himself. What a great father.
He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. At that time, we just kind of looked at the dead bodies and be like, I think he was stabbed. Looks like he might have been sick? I'm not sure, but that purple face don't look good. Is that what happens when you can't breathe? Maybe the route did. I don't know. I find that weird too. You know, the grandmother that has been a better parental figure than you have ever been. Smile. Genshin impacts a punch. I'll let that one slide because it's talking about Genshin here. The current love of my life. After my wife, you know, 1A and 1B, obviously. Yes, it was an eerie place sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Not more talk of graves. Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. But you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden, his name was? He was a good man. Yes. Then of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. There's nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Yeah, actually, I suppose he would be Genshin Impact. Oh, God. Oh no, we were actually looking for someone named Genshin, not Genshin. Oh, this whole time we executed the wrong person. Oh, that is embarrassing. I am terribly sorry. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. No worries, it won't take long. I can lift this entire trunk with my little index finger. Okay. That might explain it. That seems to be before they came here, though. I wonder. But I guess the timeline's kind of vague, so you could use that reasonably and say that was the reason. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Porter! Sato-san's gone off at a run. Look at her running those heels. Impressive. I'd like to say and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. I need to go punch Lord Strongheart in the face. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo, I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. You know, I'm not used to looking after her myself. It's always other people that have done it for me for most of her life. Oh no! I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Oh, yeah, that's gonna make him feel a lot better. Jesus fucking Christ. Just say okay. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her, after all. I've been a miserable father to her. No lies detected. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but it wasn't even here. Well, sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes, Susato-san hinted at something like that. Oh, her mom died? Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind, so perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. Okay, so she was born at least before he came. Just, I'm not even sure if that makes it any better. That might make it worse. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. This man right next to me is a very bad influence. That's also the reason why I feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not really afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Oh, the thing is, Oh! Sup? I'm so sorry that took so long. Mr. Sato. Now then, allow us to take your bags. I don't remember what voice I gave him. The porter now? Why is he a porter? Did he have a southern accent too? The problem is he never really even gave himself a chance to be a functioning parent. So I don't respect giving up that easily. If you do it, if you try, and eventually you figure out that you can't, then sure, whatever. But it's not like he didn't have support there just in case he failed. He had the grandmother. I don't respect somebody for giving up that easily. He's running away. That's exactly what he did. I don't respect it at all. I read bags as lungs. Oh, he was drinking in court. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. Oh, there's his flask. That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Wow, you've really fallen off. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Ah, yes, of course. Oh, sure, he's trying to make up for it, obviously. Still gotta criticize him for it. Should have done it in the first place. He's got the drink. I assume it's the same guy. Then again, it's not really all that uncommon to be an alcoholic in London at that point, huh? I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. We were interrupted before. Master Mikitomo was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I guess. Getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Just tell her to go ahead and you'll talk to Professor Mikitomo. Oh god, I hate when they do this. I would wait and be like, he wanted to talk to me real quick. You go on ahead, I'll be right after you. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. That's his passion, but what about being a porter? Irish will have some delicious coffee for us, though. I'll give it that. I'll give it that. All right, that's it till Monday. That is where we end for the day. Finally done. We are finally done with case 3. Make him seem like a more intimidating guildmaster. Okay. Make a little extra money on the side too. All right. I can buy it. All right. So we'll be back with Monday with stream 16 of this. We're gonna not take as long with case 4 as we did with case 3, hopefully. Thank you to Theo for the $2. Also, thank you to Keith for re-upping the membership. Much appreciated. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I will see you guys next week. So have a great rest of your weekend, and I will see you then.
Right.
And I don't want that to happen.
Right. No, I wasn't really going to try to. It's clear I can't do anything to it. So.
Right. So we're on the same page.
Right. Yeah. I know you like to assume that I'm an inept moron, but